Alrighty. Good morning. I had to stream yesterday, but things got a little bit too busy. In a good way. But now I'm making everything up today. Maybe even a little extra. Since there's the Make It Rain campaign going on. I'll do that after I wrap this up. I mean the story. Oh, sir, you're awake. You were injured during a fight at Mount Gold, yes? I was here at my station as always when they carried you in on a makeshift stretcher looking disturbingly bereft of vigor. And to compound my worry, the sky has, well, I'm sure you've seen it. It's rather everyone concerned, to say the least. Seeing you up and about is the first good news to have in a while, assuming you feel strong enough. Would you mayhap consider a stroll around the city to reassure our anxious citizens? Broggy was one of the ones who helped convey you to your chambers, and he's visited several times since to inquire about you after your condition. Oh, Broggy, you big, cute lion man, you. Could just smooch that snoot. Well, look who's back from the dead. He was a grim sight. Your companions looked fair ready to drop when they brought you in, so I offered a helping hand. Couldn't bear to see them struggle so. And you, my friend, I feared you had one foot in the grave, cold and lifeless like you were, like a corpse that was somehow still breathing. Then they told me some evil bastard went and snatched our poor Exarch away in the midst of the chaos. Wicked white, what is the world coming to? But Mona never solved the thing, did it? Nay, it's times like these that we Crystarium folk stand tall and do what needs to be done. Trade with Yulmore is back on the table. We'd best make use of those resources to fortify the city against the Eaters, whatever misery the fates deem to throw fit at us next. Speaking of misery, Kisamil was worried sick about you. A healer wringing her hands is not a sight you wish to see, let me tell you. There it is. I want to teleport here. Oh, sweetie, you're alive. No one's been allowed to see you since this. Even the Spaghetti Kyrians were forbidden from making visits. Reen was kind enough to tell me you were showing symptoms similar to Enet corruption, so I suppose there was little use Scions could have done for you in the case. As for your companions, they've been rushing hither and yon, seeking a cure to your condition, or to see their faces grown ever more haggard every time they pass through the Crystarium. I shall let them know you're awake, and when they come to see you, sweetie, please do convince them the rest of it. It won't be helping anyone if they all collapse from exhaustion. And our own Moran has seen a little better, I'm afraid. He hasn't left the cabinet too, busy with his nose buried in one dusty tome after another. Yeah, this light might be my fault. God, what was his voice again? Confound it, they say the same thing at the last. Maybe I should approach the problem from a different perspective. Naren, is it truly you and not some figment of my imagination? Oh, but this is wonderful. To would seem our prayers have been answered. Feeling otherwise helpless, I've been scouring our shelves for the wisdom to explain the most worrisome conundrum. Why, with all the light warnings defeated, has light returned to obscure the sky? I must have pored over 100 tomes, but no definitive conclusion seems to forthcoming. So many questions I would pose to the Exarch, and thus do I feel his absence all the more keenly. Now that you are awake, however, I am sure that the search for our stolen steward might begin in earnest. Catless, meanwhile, leads crystalline mean in preparations for battle. Against what foe we are yet uncertain. But I'll pay her a visit. I expect seeing you upright would be a much welcome relief. Oh, sorry. Exits this way. Huh! Niran! Alive and well, I see. You gave us all a proper fright, you know that. The friends we made in the facets have been talking... Oh, because I did all the crafting stuff. I've been talking with you, wondering what they could do to help. Anyway, I'm glad you're recovering enough to stand. You're not planning on striking out straight away, though, are you? I was hoping to have a better look at your equipment. We'd be able to provide you with better weapons or sturdier helms, then maybe you would have won the day. And the Exarch would still be here. As such, we've been busy consulting each other on forging new techniques and designs and the like. You could stand still a moment. I'd like to assess your gear. We're trying to improve. Hi, that's some fine work, I must admit. Wouldn't be impossible to make something better, but we need to experiment with different patterns and materials. I'm not sure we have the kind of time. That sounds like a challenge he would enjoy. Greetings, Glenard. The master of the stairs is running his own errands now, is he? Aye, well, my servers are distraught enough as it is, and I don't want to crack the whip too hard. But never mind. I'm thinking our absent genius and his epiphanies are the perfect answer to this predicament of yours. By genius, you mean old Retold? He is a man of unrivaled gifts, and won't argue with you there. But what good does his talent do if we can't bloody find him? No one's seen hide nor hair of Retold since he wandered off some years ago. You know what he's like once he latches onto an idea. He's probably cloistered himself in some forgotten cave, completely absorbed in his latest creation. I wouldn't even know where to start looking. Ah, that does make things difficult. Still, if that eccentric is someone you're destined to meet, I'll wager he'll show up soon enough. In my time at the bar, many tales have been told of strangely fated encounters, even if a few of them might be stretching the truth a bit. We'll keep our noses to the grindstone for the time being, but on the off chance you do encounter Retold, you'd be wise to take advantage of his brilliance rather than wait on our slow and steady progress. This is all talk for when you've recovered fully, of course. Let's get back to convalescing, eh? Aye, before you do that. You're actually the reason I came here in the first place. I don't suggest partaking of my stock until you're properly well, but if you're passing near the stairs, then I have a regular who's eager to see you. Sure, I'll stop by. I must be getting back. Just because the world's coming apart at the seams doesn't mean we have to follow suit now, does it? Hear, hear. We can't forget the heart upon which the city was founded, or the Exarch might not have much of a home to return to. Graha. Niran, are you alright? I think a return to your sickbed might be in order. Or you might consider resting a while atop the watchtower next to the rookery. This damnable sky doesn't make for the most soothing scenery, but the Exarch often like to stand there and feel the wind upon his face. The eternal wind? Ow. Spin. I didn't spin. Spin. Damn it. Spin. Well, it seems I'm not alone up here. Got a little gun breaker.
The people of this city have spirit, I'll give them that. They've not lost the will to fight.
Oh, hey.
I can imagine how torn you must feel, looking at that sky. Knowing what it means to everyone. And that you're responsible.
Oh, well. It's all such a mess, you know.
Aye. An all too familiar one. Here you stand alone, expecting no one else to bear the burden for you. You're in a corner, and there doesn't seem to be any obvious way out. But that doesn't mean it's over. However hopeless it seems, you haven't lost yet. I remember looking up at the sky like this before. Being caught up in a strange kind of calm. It was after we realized we were responsible for the flood. When we resolved to journey to the source by taking our own lives. One last sacrifice. One last fight. One last failure. And then the Oracle appeared and, well, you know the rest. There were times in the years and decades that followed when I wondered if we might not have been better off just letting the rejoining happen. That we'd made one last mistake. But seeing that giant Talos stir to life cured me of any doubts I still had. Always we took the burden of fighting upon ourselves. That's what heroes do, isn't it? So we never had the chance to see anything like that. Our people coming together as one. To think that their hope still burned so bright. That they were still so eager to live, they would lift up their fellows, one on top of the other, till they reached the sky. No. We made the right decision. And I can finally feel proud of the part we played in helping this world survive. Well, come on then.
All right.
As I thought. What happened between us was no coincidence. My story may be finished, but the fates have gifted me a minor role in yours. I suspected as much the moment I realized you could hear me. But it's hard not to doubt yourself when you're the man who caused the flood. I was afraid to do anything more than watch for fear of making things even worse. But no longer. After all, the path I once walked is now yours to finish. For what it's worth, I cast my lot with yours. If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you. If you lose control, I'll do my best to stop you. So, let us be about it, hero.
Oh, I was worried you were up here all alone, brooding and fretting and wallowing in your woes. But look at you, grinning at nothing like a pollen-drunk pixie.
Hello, Faol. I mean, my loveliest branch.
Look at what you've done to your ether. It's a mess. And you have cracks running all through that pretty soul of yours. My poor little sapling. Whatever am I to do with you? Shall I yield up my throne? You could claim it, cut ties with the mortal world, hide away in the castle. It won't fix the problem, but would it really matter? If any pesky heroes come calling with steel and magic, all of Meg will rise up in your defense. My crown and scepter are yours, if you want them.
You know I can't.
Don't give me that look. Of course I knew before I asked that you'd never ever heed such a wicked suggestion. And besides, what would become of my precious and ephemeral flower? My dear beloved sapling, you are lost, confused, and have precious little time to gather your wits. Your kind is always so preoccupied with what lies ahead, and so we muddle your vision with fog and glamour. But such trickery is easy to see through. Stand very, very still. Think not of where you need to go, but where you are right now at this moment, at this time, in this place. Our cairn of crystal. From shadowed hood he watched you go, his ruby eyes with warmth aglow. See yourself as he saw you, and that shall be the clearest clue. You stand in his garden, dear sapling. Ask his flowers what they know, and you will surely find an answer. What will you do with it, I wonder? I'll be watching and waiting. Waiting and watching.
Alright. Let's see what the people have to tell. Ow. Oh, I did not expect to see you on your feet so soon. Surely you have not come in search of an Amaro. Bleh. What do I know of the Crystal Exarch? I am happy to share, but I fear there will be no surprising revelations. As any in this city could tell you, he is a man of wisdom and compassion, and many untold secrets. But none can doubt his generosity. When the Crystarium was being constructed, he even allowed folk to plunder the tower for resources. He has imposed no restrictions upon us but one. No one except the Exarch is permitted to dwell within the spire. Many seasons passed, a comrade of mine was bold enough to ask the reason why. The Exarch merely smiled and said, because one day the Crystal Tower may vanish as suddenly as it arrived. Don't want to be inside when that happens. Cassard. Nerian, it's good to see you awake and alert, my friend. What can you tell me about the Exarch? What's this about? You're not writing the Exarch's memoirs, are you? Not sure how much I can tell you, considering we avoid asking too many questions. Unspoken rule and all that. If anyone has fresh insight to share, then it'd be Captain Lena, I'd say. She lost her parents to an eater attack not long after she was born, and the Exarch saw to her upbringing. Outward appearances aside, the two are like grandfather and granddaughter. I imagine the news of his predicament hit her doubly hard. Not that our proud captain would ever let it show. Decided to go talk to Lena. She'll be at her usual post at the Enet-Selchs gate. Morin. Oh, was there something else you needed? If you come for the results of my research into this persistent light, I'm afraid there's little to tell of yet. No, actually, what do you know of the Exarch? Records pertaining to the Exarch? Well, I need no documentation to relay what little I know of his history, if that is what interests you. Less than a decade ago had passed since the coming of the Flood, when the Crystal Tower first flashed into existence. Its summoner, the Exarch himself, became known to the refugees in Lakeland soon thereafter. He welcomed all who sought out the spire, be they locals who had lost their homes or Vervites fleeing the ruined kingdom. Together they found the city which would become the Crystarium. Some thought to call him king, for he refused to share his name, but Summoner did not deem himself worthy of royal address. Thus did the people consider him his scintillating skin. So like to the tower he had summoned and bestowed upon him the title of Crystal Exarch. As for his true name, well, 'twould seem that is a mystery that remains unresolved to this day. Interesting. Alright, I'm gonna leave. Please don't jump off the edge again. Nope. At the Enet-Selchs gate. Dang it. Thought I could make that jump. Hello, Lena. Niren, I was not told you had awoken. Well, I'm up and about. A welcome surprise. Now if only the Exarch was returned to us. He was taken by this arrival of yours, was he not? Your companions mentioned they had an idea of where to find him. And so I bristled when they asked for patience. I did not understand their hesitation until I saw that you had fallen. Only then did I realize that I had no business rushing headlong. Even so, the delay has been no less agonizing. In the moments before he left to join you in Colusia, the Exarch entrusted me with a key. It opens the door in the ocular to a chamber known as the Umbilicus. This room is the heart of the tower, into which only the Exarch himself is permitted to enter. He bid me allow none into the tower once he departed. Only in the event that an army of eaters descend upon the city was I to access the Umbilicus and awaken the defensive barrier. Never before had he left me with such instructions, but the battle with Vothri loomed near, and at the time I accepted the key without much thought. Since then, however, the moment is all that occupies my mind. When I recall the look upon his face, he knew that some terrible fate awaited him. Tell me, Niren, I need to know what he feared. What battle you and your companions are truly fighting? Forgive me. I trust in the Exarch, and I should not be voicing these doubts when he is not here to respond to them personally. But you have come to me with a question of your own, have you not? Yeah, what can you actually tell me about the Exarch? Ah, I see I'm not the only one who burns for answers. Time has come to open the tower's heart, though we do not face an invasion of eaters. I suspect the city will be in far more danger if you do not gain the knowledge you seek. Got a little tongue-tied this morning. Come, meet me in the ocular and I will unlock the door within. Ba, 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 ba. There's a second exit? Oh no, this is the Vertica Greatwood. Oh, that's because I started here. Herp, derp, derp, derp. I should have just left the front entrance. For a brief moment, I thought there was a second exit from the Crystarian. I'm like, I never used this. How long has that been there? It's like the time they added the extra aetherite in, oh god, what's it called? Razatan. Actually, in case you don't know, I'll, No, that's not what I meant by toggle map. There we go. Oh, because I've never technically been there yet. So this wasn't here initially. This was added much later on once the Manderville weapons were implemented because everyone would have to keep running over there. And it would get real annoying.
I have unlocked the door to the Umbilicus. You are free to enter. Once you have what you require, I'll see it sealed once more. Until then, I will remain without.
Alright, thank you, Lena. Alright. How?
A moment to collect my thoughts, I prithee. Thy true name is Grahatia, then? By thy claims, thou too art a native of the Source, though from an age beyond our own, when the 8th umbral calamity hath visited devastation upon our star. Thou hast, by subtle means, reached across the boundaries of time and space to unsow the seeds of catastrophe, ere its creeping vines drag our champion unto an early grave.
In essence, yes. A difficult story to swallow, I am sure.
I doubt not the veracity of thy words, not the account of thy coming, nor that of the fated calamity. Yet my mind straineth still to apprehend the enormity of this tale. Wouldst thou favor me with a gradual unfolding of its chapters?
Certainly. But where to begin? I should start with those great minds who survived the calamity. Cid Garland being perhaps the greatest. In hopes of staying the unending tides of war, he and his fellows pursued all manner of possible solutions. One of these was rooted in a theory which unified several fundamental principles discovered over the course of the Warrior of Light's adventures. It proposed a method by which one could enter the River of Time, traverse the rift, and leap between worlds. Perfecting that idea, however, was a work which consumed their lifetimes, and thus was it left to future generations to decide whether theory would be put into practice. But all the while, the world continued to burn. Hope was a feeble outpost, beset on all sides by thievery and misery and murder. People cried out in despair, "There is no hope, we are finished. Mankind is finished." Then others raised their voices in answer. Though we be beyond salvation, those who came before may yet be saved. We will forge a crossroads and pave the way for a different future. By the wisdom of our forebears, we will prevent this calamity from ever having come to pass. The fighting went on unabated, but some few took up Cid's research and labored to realize those impossible ideas. After 2 centuries of labor, their descendants finally succeeded in awakening the Crystal Tower, an integral part of the process, and, in doing so, roused its caretaker, me. By this stage, scholars had largely established the phenomena underpinning the rejoining, and identified the first as the shard which precipitated the 8th umbral calamity.
Can you imagine having never done the Crystal Tower raids before they made it mandatory? And just going through these cutscenes like, who the hell is this guy?
This grand structure was already capable of storing the energies required to attempt the translocation. All that remained was to augment some few of its functions based upon the theoretical models of Cid and his compeers.
And by means of such technologies didst thou affect thine arrival in the First, to an age before this star had joined with the Source.
Hey, welcome to the stream. Also, I'm not gonna fault you for skipping content. Again, it wasn't mandatory at the time. But then everyone was like, you gotta do the Crystal Tower, man. You gotta do the Crystal Tower. Do it. It's real important to Shadowbringers' story. And then the devs were like, you know what? Yeah, this is really important to the story. Mandatory. No, I don't know. Yeah. I had done it, so I mean, I've been playing for years, so I did it when it came out initially, and I was sad to see him go. And then everyone like me was like, this guy's real familiar, and started guessing who he was.
Some while before, as it turned out. 'Tis all but impossible to predict how time will flow between one world and the next, and we missed our mark by almost an entire century.
We were happy to get our little sassy red-haired catboy back.
But this only worked in our favor. The Sin Eaters could not be defeated without the blessing of light, and summoning the only man who might stand a chance against them would require decades of preparation.
An undertaking of scarce credible endurance. That thou hast kept thy plan from falling into disarray these many years bordereth on the miraculous.
Yeah, that was quite a shock. It's like, oh man, he's gonna go and sacrifice himself. Hooray, we win, but at the cost of a friend. Damn, that sucks. And then bam.
Yet howsoever history be rewritten, thy present self was shaped by events which followed the calamity.
Ishikawa, man, she's a hell of a writer. I mean, she wrote the Dark Knight storyline. And then they put her for Shadowbringers, and I think Endwalker as well.
Should said catastrophe be averted, the very skein of thine existence will unravel. Surely thou hast foreseen this.
Yeah, he is kind of like, well, technically all the Ascians are just DMs. Some getting more hands-on approach, like La Habrea, and then the others who actually do something proper, like Emmet. Oh. Really? They had her split between 16 and Endwalker? Oh, that was a lot. That must have been a lot of work. But hey, if you want, if you want a good storyline that's a little dark, you go to her.
I am aware of the consequences. 'Tis for that very reason Cid and his colleagues bequeathed their legacy as an offering, and not an edict. To give all of oneself for the happiness of others, and with no promise of reward. 'Tis a hard thing to ask. Harder still for those condemned to survive in a world which pitted brother against brother. Indeed, you are right to call the execution of this plan miraculous, though the force which held it together was nothing so inexplicable.
Yeah, you can't expect perfection all the time, especially if you split someone between two projects. But I do enjoy, I mean, yeah, Endwalker has its faults in story, but I still enjoyed the journey. And I can't wait for DawnTrail.
It was him. The warrior of light has been our unbroken thread. Where others would stumble and fall, he would rise above. Where others would break and run, he would carry on. The warrior of light's tale is one of unyielding bravery. To tell it was to feel courage. To hear it was to feel hope. It was a breath of inspiration in an age of suffocating shadow. In the histories of a fallen nation was our hero hailed as its greatest ally.
It is. I mean, that's the whole thing. It's a brand new. It's the summer vacation expansion. You've gone through so much bullshit. Now have some fun by going through a little bit more bullshit, but in someplace new.
In the time-worn pages of a noble's memoirs were his deeds joyously retold.
I think... I'm trying to remember back to FanFest. I think Yoshi P will... I think once DawnTrail comes out, you will be able to get a skip that brings you all the way to... I want to say at the start of DawnTrail. But you will have something that lets you fill you in on the story so you don't have to go through all of it. Oh, right, the planetary stuff.
For many, these stories were the flame which warmed them through the coldest of nights. And so it should come as little surprise that the plan found no shortage of volunteers, concerning as it did the Warrior of Light himself. It was their chance to add their own verse to the hero's saga. He was the lodestar that brought them all together, to send their final message back through time and space to him. The light of your legacy was our torch in the darkness. Burn bright again and live. I am merely the bearer of that wish, come to ensure it is safely delivered.
Wherefore sharest thou this burden with me and no other? What wouldst thou have me say?
That you will be my accomplice? 'Twas you yourself who convinced me of your suitability when you spoke of how you learned of the Flood, and of your part in arranging Minfilia's journey to the First. Your actions showed uncommon resolve. 'Twas clear you were committed to the cause of saving this world. I knew I could trust you to choose the right path forward, even if that choice came with a heavy price.
What price?
When all is said and done, and the last of the Light Wardens lies slain, I will absorb their corrupted ether, and then I will die. Knowing what I know of your companions, not to mention your champion, they will try to stop me. But in saving one, they would save none. Therefore, I implore you to aid me in concealing my identity, and ensuring this tale ends as it must. To this end, I would have you take what I have told you of the Calamity, and make of it a portent. A prophetic vision you beheld in the swirling chaos of the Rift.
Is this truly thy wish?
History remembered the Warrior of Light, as I knew it would. And I will suffer no other to rescue the champion whose star has charted my course. I will see this tale to a happy end, my friend. There has been enough tragedy.
careful now. If you lose control again, the light could claim you for good. Although it's probably only a matter of time before you succumb to the change in any case. What do you mean to do?
Fuck, all these are good. But this one makes it sound like I'm mad at Graha. And I mean, I do want to say... Why am I replying? Well, because I feel the need. Why am I replaying through the story, you probably mean? So, this was inspired by Joe Cat, who played through the story again as a refresher course for Endwalker, and then he played through Endwalker. I'm doing the same thing again, with a little bit more canonicity to my bunny boy over there, my character, as I'm cutting a few things out, but keeping a few things in, and also as a refresher for DawnTrail. You know, I'm gonna be good boy. I mean to go rescue my friend.
Then we should be on our way. Dacian mentioned the Tempest, did he not? That's the stormy seas around Calusia to you. His lair must be down there somewhere, hidden beneath the waves.
Like, sorry, I was letting the cutscene finish. Like, I'm half, like, about my rabbit, he's half Garlean. Actually born and raised in Garlemald, or... I've gotten rid of some old glamours, but that's fine. Like, this is what he wore for Realm Reborn, this is what he wore for Heaven's Word, this is what he wore for Stormblood, Part 1 and Part 2. This is for Shadowbringers. Yeah. Did you find the answers you sought? If there's nothing more you need, I will go unlock the door. Questions about the Tempest? Can you tell me about it? The Tempest is a name given to the seas by which Calusia is bound. You make a request to the Tamers, they will provide you with an armor to fly over the waters, but... don't worry about it. Do you mean to leave right this moment, alone? I'm not sure that... nay, I will not stop you. Go with the blessings of Shadow, and I shall wait your safe return. How can he use magic? Because he's half Garlean. Okay, so Dad's Garlean, Mom's a Vieira, obviously. Hadoi. But Dad had black hair, Mom had pure white hair, which led to a genetic hiccup in me, letting me have both black and white hair. But how can he use magic? Because he's only half Garlean, not full Garlean. But he did grow up in Garlemald. Oh, I can show you the glams. So while, yes, he can use magic, he still uses magic tech to help augment, not really being that skilled in magic. Like the weapons. Black Mage. Same for healing too. Busting out the White Mage. Machines to help, you know, get through some stuff. Yeah, I put a lot of thought into this. A lot. I'll show my Machinist Glam. Boop. It's the only helmet I could wear, but it still fits to the design just a bit. Yeah, but half Garleans can use magic because they're only half Garlean. Like oh right, you skipped story. So Arenvold's half Garlean. I'd go see him, but I don't know where he is right now. Amuro launch. He's a character who's like half Garlean. But he never got a third eye, but he can still use magic. He also has the Echo. And most of the story mostly are... Ooh! Oh, see, I want to do something like that. And I'll play through it again. It's a good way to learn. Well, hey, if you want to go to my YouTube channel, I have VODs of the streams, sectioned by each expansion, you know. A Realm Reborn, Heaven's Word, Stormblood, Shadowbringers currently. You require an Amuro. Just a moment, I shall saddle you with our swiftest beast to fly you to the island. To open water, to the depths of the Tempest. Our Amuro can swim, yes, but to reach the ocean floor. So there's only a few. Ah, well, take your time. The longer it takes for something to...
We have found thee.
The longer it takes for you to do something, it's just more time for you to polish and shine it.
Word reached us of thy recovery, and thus did we gather with all haste. Ah. By thy looks, I gather thou hast gleaned that which I came to tell thee.
Yeah, that you lied.
Oriange has shared everything with us. The Exarch's true identity and purpose.
Oh, cool.
I offer no excuses.
Well, I hope it gets them a little bit interested in the game to try it for themselves. They can play on either... Well, now they can play on either the PlayStation, the Xbox, or PC. And the free trial has unlimited playtime all the way up to the end of the Stormblood expansion. There are minor restrictions, but if they want to be able to play solo, they can. If they want to do it with other people, they can. They want to do it together, they can. And again, the free trial, unlimited playtime. So they can start, stop, play a little bit later. Their progress will not be lost.
When I agreed to aid the Exarch with his plans, 'twas in full acceptance of the condemnation I would face when my duplicity was laid bare. Yet it is not rancor, but resolve that I sense in thee. Thou art fully intent upon walking thy path to its end, art thou not?
I mean, I never really played an MMO until I played this. I wanted to play it because it was Final Fantasy and it looked interesting. 10 years later, here I am. I mean, I had a couple friends try it as well. Yeah, they enjoyed little bits, but it's just more of a time thing that they can't contribute to. So I never pressure them for it.
If thou canst forgive my deception, or, failing that, set aside thy displeasure for a time, I do beg leave to follow thee. What strength and wisdom I possess are thine to command.
Alright, I forgive you. Let's go.
I thank thee. Doubt not but that I will do all in my power to repay thy kindness and fulfill the Exarch's wishes.
I'm sorry, but I don't think this is a good idea. Leaving the Crystarium, I mean, with or without Urianger. What I did for you won't last forever. There's no telling when the light will break free again. Please, you must stay here. At least for a little while longer. We will find a way to cure this, I promise you.
How can you make promises? We don't even know where to start.
Alize, please. You know Reen was only trying to help.
Of course I know! I know only too well! But making promises you have no way of keeping is not a kindness. It's a lie. Plain and simple. We've all searched high and low for an answer, and every one of us came back empty-handed. I am not about to stand in his way now. Not after failing him in his hour of need. No! The least we can do is...
We will go with you as well. There is naught to be gained by standing still.
Indeed, we have exhausted every other avenue. Lead, and we shall follow. If there is any hope to be found, then we will surely find it at your side.
Are we all in agreement, then?
Is there aught we can do to help?
Though we may not know the whole story, we do know you're in for a fight. And while the Exarch's away, it falls to the rest of us to see the Warrior of Darkness is given a proper send-off.
You told them!
No! Well, not in so many words.
Aye, we didn't need it spelled out for us. When the night sky appeared over whichever place you went to, it was harder not to put two and two together.
From the moment I heard that you and the Exarch shared the homeland, I had my suspicions. Long had he been waiting for a certain someone to arrive. And I knew at once that it must be you.
Exactly. When he went out to meet you, 'twas clear it was no ordinary visitor. That spring in his step spoke volumes. I could feel his excitement.
Me too! That's right!
Yeah, yeah.
We do not fully understand where you or the Exarch hail from, or why you've all done so much to protect us. But we are deeply grateful nonetheless. So, if there is anything at all we might do to aid your journey, you need only name it. What would you have of us?
You might have invited them to join us, where there are not so many. But come, they are waiting. What is your will, O Warrior of Darkness?
Defend the Crystarium until we return. Exarch needs a home to come back to, Donnie. I'm just gonna hug her real quick. She needs a hug right now. Just hug real quick. Alright. Thou didst plan to commandeer an admiral for thy journey to open sea. I fear the following dive down onto Enet-Selchs' underwater abode would drain even thy legendary stamina. Thus, during thy convalescence, we can consider the most efficacious method for reaching the depths of the Tempest, and I believe we have arrived at an elegant solution. Yet ere we discuss this step, I suggest thou dost conclude such pressing business ahead as remains to thee in the Crystarium. Once the sea closeth above our heads, we are unlikely to step again until the grand deed is done. TLDR. Do what you need to do now. We're reaching the end goal. Thine affairs are in order, then I shall unfold to thee my proposal. Our destination is the ocean floor, yet our goal is not simply to arrive there. Nay, we must needs have the means to breathe and fight freely. Thus I would petition the aid of one of the Fae, a being with whom I have yet to meet face to face. Rather than waste words on explanation, I bid thee follow me unto the hamlet of Sullen, which lieth to the south and west. All will become abundantly clear, I promise thee. What is that? Oh, it's Dwarven Mithril. Yeah, that's gonna have to be the closest one. Whoops. The one thing I'm not looking forward to doing in DawnTrail, where is it? Is this again? Because they shortened it every time a new expansion comes out, but I'm not looking forward to doing all of this again. I mean, I'm gonna do it anyway, but still. Oh, Meru. Have you seen the job action trailer? Oh, the new stuff has me so excited, but man, Viper looks crazy as heck. Like, Pictomancer's neat, you can stock up on attacks. But man, like, what am I doing with Viper? Unlike the Angel Alpha for Scholar. Well, I mean, it's only a temporary mode. I'm a sexy lady with a booty, not a long dress. But see, that's why you make the glam. So when it wears off, you are the sexy lady with the booty. Though no one has a much caked up booty than Urian J. Look, I know, but it's probably gonna have to be part of your toolkit to, like, get stuff done. Sorry. Had to rub my eyes for a sec. There, to the west, canst thou discern the hump of an isle rising above the water? That foliage-covered mass hideth the key to our safe descent. Swim close and plunge deep beneath the surface, thou shalt soon divine the reason for mine insistence. Though it be too much to my shame, I can but fail and founder where thou mayst glide as a fish. I shall board a boat to the island, and spare one and all the spectacle of mine inept strokes. Oh, didn't tell Yoshi-P to look in the voice. Hey, hey, hey. You know what they say. Don't talk about it, and no one notices. Alas, I am upon the console of the PlayStation. I am forever locked to the basics. But that doesn't stop me from wanting to make, you know, G poses. like my adventure plate, or literally all of my portraits for every single job. Paladin, Dark Knight, Gunbreaker, Warrior, Samurai, Monk, which I really gotta change because that looks silly because it's not the monk outfit I had. Reaper, which I also have to change. Dragoon, Ninja, Machinist. I gotta fix Dancer at some point. I'm never changing this because it's hilarious. The Mughals are stealing me. Black Mage, Red Mage, Summoner, Sage, Scholar, White Mage, Astrologian, Blue Mage. Oh, that's right! Blue Mage and then soon Beastmaster. Another goofy class to run content with and humiliate bosses by spitting fish in their face. Or in this case, I'll probably throw the fish at them and watch it flop around. You can do it, Leroy! The 6.3 dungeon boss. Which boss was that? I'm not into Blue Mage because I can't pass the solo dungeons. Blue Mage doesn't have any solo dungeons. Oh, the doll. Oh, the Reaper doll. Oh, you mean the fights? Oh. Oh, don't worry about that. Literally just max out Blue Mage. Get all the gear you can get associated with it. Like, quickly switch to Blue Mage here. My gear is like mixed, but I'll put that back on. Save that. Yep. But like, get like the Eden gear from Savage. No, like the Savage, but then like you don't have to do that stuff to get all the Blue Mage spells. Get all the spells, and most of the newer spells will just help you literally steamroll some of those bosses. There's also Blue Mage Academy on YouTube you can watch, which gives you a guide on how to get like the challenges done. But like if you just want to beat the ever-living snot out of some stuff, some of the spells you can learn will just help you melt them. Hell, even some you can even incorporate the new spells into the old stratagems for dealing with bosses because you just start killing them a little bit faster. Well, like you can get like the Savage gear for level 80. Suspect rock formation. Two curved slabs of rock seem squeezed together here, giving the impression of giant stone eyelids. I'm a carpenter underwater. Oh dear. I don't do Savage. Oh, I'm not telling you to do it normally. I unsync that stuff. Get a group and just fucking beat the snot out of the boss for the loot. I didn't say do it normally. Unsync that stuff and just beat the living hell out of the boss. Just to get gear. Though it appears solid enough, the rock yields slightly under your touch. Was the surface gently shifting, or was it just your imagination? Yeah, like the only hard content that I currently do without unsyncing it in some fashion are the extremes. And that's current level stuff. But if I have to go and I don't know, if I have to go and like say, I don't know, beat up Omega, I'll be like, I'll grab like another friend and we'll go in unsynced and just like annihilate him. Alright, have a good walk. Now I'll still be here if you come back. Well, hast thou discerned? Yeah. You know, it actually reminds me of a certain primal. Most perceptive. According to the lore of the Pixies, we are, even now, perched upon the back of an ancient Fey entity. His name is Bismarck. The self-same title by which you know the great feathered whale, revered by the Vanu Vanu of the Source. I would enlist its aid to bear us unto the deep. Hence, and thence banish the water with an airy spear, alike in form to the domes which do shelter the hamlets neath the ruby sea. Within its compass we may move unencumbered and defend ourselves when the hour of battle cometh, as it most surely shall. Now we must needs ask for silence while I make my supplication.
Wir Sach, Bilan Bismail. Fallen si lor wislan. Adas si alinal.
Van urs atslir. Olfod thim. Iri guath thi.
Oh dear. I don't need to speak Fey to know that didn't go well.
I know what to do. Oh, my lovely branch.
Oh, my snake yak! You've learned to call me at last! And where do you go? On a trip? A journey? I knew you wouldn't give up without a fight. Oh, my precious mortal, I shall help you in any way I can. Gers Bismail win picked. Van dromi drom jakom. Van red rithje.
Ahai, Ola, Sahawin Wilsk. Isnerim, Sor Vierlo.
Be sure to scrub this one's teeth for him upon your return. It's only good manners.
It will be done, Your Majesty. Our deepest thanks for your timely intervention.
An agreement is reached and your departure is at hand. You wingless ones best hold on tight. May the blessings of the Fae keep you safe, Inba.
Lo fallo ruis. Vanin nar sitar. Dir sitagnai.
Whoa. It's a whale!
And just like that, it's all gone back to the way it was.
What was you expecting? 100 years of honey and rainbows? Seeing them Yulmore types wake up and smell the ashes was miracle enough for me.
Ah, well, welcome back.
Ah, but the magic in the air when that ladder started moving. And when that great hulking Talos rose up! Gods! I could live 1,000 years and never behold anything so amazing.
What the... Do you see that?
What a monster! Where did it even come from?
Gentlemen, you may want to move.
Whoa there! It's not stopping! Run! Run!
Vanana Anna Tilden Sidok Iri Almsi Funne Aktva von Jasni Tagnai
Could have been a little gentle on the drop-off.
Wow.
The breath of Bismarck. See how it swells to form a dome beneath the waves? The waters recede. The tempest's floor is laid bare. In defiance of the blinding sky, this place holds fast to its gloom. The last refuge of he who denies the light with every fiber of his being. You stand at the precipice, hero. Journey unto the heart of darkness. Finish it.
Full glad am I that Bismarck was true to his word. We are arrived in the Tempest, safe and dry. Someone's fighting something in the distance. It is here that we shall find the lair of Enet-Selchs, and I believe the imprisoned Exarch as well. Oh, I think someone's loading Blue Mage? Maybe? Oh, they're running for their life. For Ascian alone, it is of course trifling matter to flee onto the rift, yet I suspect such travel is nigh impossible. With a mortal in one's custody. Nay, he would not soon risk his prize when the Exarch's body severeth serveth as the key to the Crystal Tower and the powers of its temporal transportation. Thus I am all but certain this underwater realm harboureth our friend and enemy both. We have but to find them. Then you leave the area speaking with Black. Now, as for where we should be looking, rather doubt Enet-Selchs will be sitting around out in the open. I propose we follow the slope down towards the deeper trenches and keep an eye out for rock formations large enough to house a stronghold. Let's be off then, but watch your footing. The ground is still wet, and I like to be slippery. Oh, the light's approaching. Oh, it's catching up. Yeah, what are you doing down here, buddy? You are leveling Blue Mage. Well, who am I to not lend a helping hand? Oh, you pulled that one too far, homie. Yeah, he didn't pull this one. Weird that he's leveling alone. He should at least have a friend with him. Sorry, the premier leveling Blue Mage method, you know. You pick a fight with something and your friend who's not in your party kills it for you. Oh no, he's land drowning. The finless ones, they followed me. Why have you come? Was it you who took away our water? I should probably drink more water if I'm going to speak Sahagan. Oh, so this is where the Ondo make their home. I had wondered. Oh, yeah. Music here is great. Pray forgive us any inconvenience we have caused. We were not aware your people lived here in the Tempest. We have need of this dome of air that we might conduct the most urgent search, thus beg for your understanding. Chieftain, what are we to do? Are you emissaries of the Ancient Ones? I'm sorry, what? The mysteries have stirred. We have seen illuminated lands shining through the gloom of the abyss. If you are the emissaries, the chosen, I bid you welcome. If you are not, I bid you leave. I'm not sure I understand. Would you be willing to elaborate? Would seem not. I suggest we withdraw for the moment. So, what's the plan? Given your condition, I'm reluctant to suggest lingering here. That said, our presently meandering search will proceed far more swiftly if we call upon the Ondo's local knowledge. Yes, I'd like to know more about this illuminated land the chieftain spoke of. Could it be Enet-Selchs' stronghold, do you suppose? Perhaps he lit the lanterns upon his return? We cannot dismiss the possibility, but if these Ondo refuse to speak with us... Naren, do you remember my first scheme of entering Yulmore? How I'd planned to ingratiate myself by offering lucrative trading opportunities with the Ondo. The individual I dealt with was persistent in the matter and curious in custom. We were able to reach an agreement nonetheless. I believe that with the right approach, we can build a similar relationship here. What kind of approach do you have in mind? The chieftain fellow didn't leave us many options. Game called Outer Wilds? No. Haven't been able to purchase new games for a while. Not unless they're on sale. If we are to tend the swiftest course, then we must needs locate its beginning. Displaying all too dramatic arrival have thrown the settlement into confusion. Will we be able to solve the problems we have caused? Should our hosts thereby that our purpose here is not inimical to them, we may yet prove amenable to reason. I smell chores, but very well, if it can be done quickly. It's just getting one on sale. Maybe. Not really in the mood to get new-ish games. If anything, I'm more returning to games. Like Destiny. What do you think? I've nothing better to offer, but I do worry that what will happen to the Ondo's tales end up leading us to a dead end. I cannot say for certain, but I sense this tribe has deeper connection to the Ascians than first meets the eye. It wants further investigation, thus I cast my vote in favor of aiding the settlement for the time being. With a 7-hour lore video. Oh man, you too, huh? I listened to a 9-hour video about Fallout. A whole retrospective of the series, and now I'm working on Sly Cooper. Still got 2 more hours on the 4-hour video for Sly Cooper 2. And then another 4 hours for Sly 3. Alright, let's do what we do best then. Then it's settled. You shall pray proceed with your investigations. The rest of us will see about fostering some goodwill. If I gotta listen to a video at work and it's not over 3 hours, I'm not listening to it. What? A 7-hour video on why Monster Hunter is the best game ever? Count me in. Naren, you won't believe who I just bumped into. This is, Posh's own, the very fellow I did business with prior to our ill-fated stay in Yulmore. I waited and you did not come. Then the Mistel came, but his visits did not continue. I'm truly sorry, Posh's own. Things did not proceed as planned. Is there all we can do for you by way of an apology? Perhaps. When the dry return cave to the north is on the giant crabs. We do not fear the crab, for we are swimmers. But now there is no water. We run and they scuttle close behind, snipping and snapping with their claws. There are too many of them. Too many. I believe we can be of assistance there. Maybe. I've absorbed 9 hours of Fallout, so. And I've already kind of. Ooh. Oh, that's right. There's a Bloodborne book. Ooh. I gotta see if my audio app has that. It's been a while since I've listened to a novel, not since the Godzilla and Kong movies. What of you, Naren? If you've not found a task, you are most welcome to join me. Indeed, I should appreciate the company, but the dry return has a rather ominous ring to it. You cracked our shells? You must be stronger than you look. I see you've reached your quota of fish again. I shall never be your equal in such tasks. Oh, quota first again. I don't know why I said fish. Still, I would say we reduced the local crab population to a far less threatening number. My thanks, both of you. You must have a reward. Nay, Posh's own. This is to be part of our apology to you, remember? Besides, the lack of water is our doing, for which we must also make amends. Might I convince you to tell us something of your village instead? I would very much like to learn of you and your people. So we eat people like you. Very well. Before the flood came, it is said that our ancestral home was found in the seas to the south. It was utterly destroyed by the light. Only those who were out hunting survived. They swam, aimless, lost, till they spied buildings here on the ocean floor. Strange buildings they were. Long had they stood underwater, yet somehow they have been spared the scars of time and current. These structures provided shelter for my people, protection from the tempest's turbulent waters, and the predators which hunted within them. Their very existence seemed a miracle. The first settlers pondered their good fortune. It was clear that the race who had built such wonders had guided their course. And from this did they discern the truth. That the ancients had chosen us to serve as caretakers for their eternal sanctuary, until such time as they returned. Thus, if it is judged that your coming, this great vanishing of water, was by the ancients' design, you will find a warm welcome here. A truly astonishing history, and I cannot help but wonder, how will the significance otherwise of our arrival be decided? The ancients have blessed us with protection and prosperity. Your presence serves to bring us the same. There will be no doubt in the matter. It would seem our earlier decision was the correct one. We thank you for your lesson, Posh's own, and will continue to do all we can to assist your people. Should you desire our help in any other trouble, pray do not hesitate to ask. We should return to the task at hand, only do not try to overexert yourself, my friend. The risk far outweighs the gain. Any news, Yustola? Ah, Naren. Have you learned aught of note? That these were here before. Fascinating. Precisely the sort of information I was hoping to hear. In fact, if you have a moment, I'd like to borrow your eyes to confirm a theory I've been working on. Come. Now then, there are two tasks I'll have you perform. The first requires you to inspect the buildings which surround the Ondo settlement and note their most distinctive characteristics. The second, wish you to use this knife and take scrapings from one of the remnant walls. Pray be as thorough as you can. I shall be waiting here for the results of your investigations. Alright. I wonder. Let's see. Oh. Cleonid larva. A. Cleonid larva floats aimlessly. A forlorn look on its face. Seems harmless enough. Yeah, it's not what I'm looking for. Where is it? It's gotta be around here somewhere. Ah, don't tell me. Well, I'll click this. Distinctive window. The tall, slender towers feature many elaborate windows, the likes of which you have seen nowhere else. Oh, whoops. I was looking for a bird. Scrape, scrape. You set the point of the knife against the wall, but even after applying considerable pressure, you cannot remove so much as a flake of stone. Good news, bad news. And what have you discovered? Well, that the window is something I've never seen before. Also, your knife doesn't work. Yeah, so here the windows are most distinctive. To it seem the structures appear to be the same both your side and mine. And you say you cannot so much as scratch the wall, even with all your might behind the blade. Naren, everywhere I turn in this place, my gaze is drawn by peculiar materials for which I do not have a name. The buildings I had you investigate are prime examples. They may appear to be constructed of ordinary stone, but I assure you it is nothing of the sort. If pressed, I would be described the substance as a composite of several mineral properties, blended to create the material of unparalleled durability. Even the Ronkan Empire, once the greatest power in Norvrandt, produced nothing of which compares to this level of perfection. But if not the Ronkans, then who? Who are these ancients the Ondo claim as the architects of the sanctuary? I suspect our answer lies with the reason Enet-Selchs withdrew here to the Tempest. He may simply have wished to retreat somewhere mere mortals would struggle to reach, but there are many such remote locations. Why here specifically? Enet-Selchs is devoted to his role, and thus we might assume his choice of stronghold somehow serves the Ascian agenda. Or mayhap it is a place more dear to him than any other. Are you saying this place was built by ancient Ascians? That is my theory, that these structures are remnants of a time before history, of a star that was yet whole and unbroken. Such traces in the source would have been obliterated by the succession of umbral calamities, but here in the first they might have remained untouched for millennia. A copy of the mural in Katana Revel. Almet presented it to me during my visit to Fanau, after our victory in Calusia. Here, in the first scene, by Enet-Selchs' own words, depicts the city of eons past and the disaster which befell it. The design is much simplified, of course, but do you see the similarities between its towers and those you just inspected? We are close to the truth. I feel it. I feel. Let us search the surrounds for another tower, one which matches the picture near enough to remove all doubt. From what I have seen, not more than sand and more sand lies to the east, and the south held no such structures. I suggest we try a look further into the northwest. To the northwest. Kind of hard to see down here. Oh, maybe. Found it. I think. Aye, this is the mural writ large. Because you get a mount. All tonight you get a tiny hat. Yeah. But it's a fancy hat. No, like, it's weird. But, well, hey, who knows what we'll get when we reach level 100? Probably another mount. Maybe glamour. I wouldn't mind getting a fancy suit of armor. Though I cannot guess at its purpose. It must have been an imposing sight. How much of the tower's height lies hidden beneath the ground, I wonder. Centuries of our history have settled upon such ruins, countless layers of dust and sediment. An entire civilization, its existence forgotten by all except for a handful of Scions. When we're animal outfits, I mean a Lullafell. Well, we got the imp. Thanks to the Make It Rain, we got Pig, we got Chocobo, we got Tonberry, we got... What else will be the new cat girl? Yeah, I might make one of my alts a cat girl. I have like 2 other alts. And yet they did exist. Lived here in this city. Well, let's focus on what we learned at Spa. The Ondo chieftain spoke of mystery stirring of a land illuminated. Judging by his words, he believes the phenomena related to the Ancients of Ten. Thus we can surmise that what the Ondo saw shining in the abyss was in all likelihood yet another remnant of his age-old civilization. Who else would light the lanterns, as Reen put it, than Enet-Selchs himself? It's almost certain he is there. I was a cat boy for a while, but I was like, if they ever introduce Vieira, I'm switching. And then they did. And then they introduced male Vieira. And I've never looked back for my sexy boy. But if we are to find this stronghold in a timely manner, it would seem gaining Yondo's trust remains our swiftest path forward. I only hope our deeds are enough to win them over. Yeah, for a while I was a sexy bun girl. But now I'm a sexy bun boy. Thank you for assisting me with the investigation. I shall seek out our companions and share what we have learned. Which is I would like to tell you to sit down and leave the rest to us. Your condition demands that we make all the more reasonable haste. I mean, I'm gay, so... You're not too weary. It may be useful to speak with Pas Own again and ask if there's aught else he's willing to divulge. But I have no qualms about playing as a female character. I just want to look goddamn sexy. I mean, one of my alts is a Thailander, and she is glammed the slut up. Ah, Alphino's friend. You and your companions have done much to repair the damage caused when the waters parted. Any more you can tell me about this? Anything else you can do? Have you been to the walls of the Forgotten? Are they the ruins to the northwest? Yes, the sacred site of which I speak. Could be that your footsteps were guided there by the ancients. in a manner of speaking. I believe it so. Listen, and I'll tell you of our plans to bring light to the walls, that we might answer the shining call of the illuminated land. We have requested a finless craftsman to shape for us a sacred lamp. He is odd for a land dweller, choosing as he does to live in the ocean, but his skill is beyond question. It's concerning, however, that we have heard nothing of his progress. If you were to visit this artisan and return with our long-awaited light, then any doubt as to your purpose would be laid to rest. His name is Retold. You will find him in his workshop at the metal structure to the south. Retold. I've heard of this Retold spoken before. Excuse me, are you... oh god, what was Retold's voice again? Oh, that's just great, that is. Me mind's playing tricks on me now. Look, Retold, someone's come to visit you at the bottom of the bleeding ocean. Oh, might you be as a ghost, eh? Go on, foul shade. Feast yourself upon me, rotten soul. Got no use for it. Craftsman that can't craft is more pointless than a sea slug without a dome and hammer. And that's just an insult to bloody sea slugs. Old and depressed. No. Oh. Well, kinda. Because Retold and Retold, or whatever his name is back in the source. I forgot. It's been so long since I visited him. Worthless. That's what I am. Alright. Hold on. Psych. Come on, man. Don't lose your hair over this. Eh? You wouldn't be trying to raise me spirits now, would you? Not what you'd expect from a servant of the Netherworld. Gasp. Oh man, has it really come to this? What is that supposed to mean? Not impressed with what you see, lad? Aye, well, may let myself go a bit. This was meant to be underwater sanctuary, a place where I could concentrate on my work, far from distractions of the outside world. And yet, here you stand. Oh god, I need to drink water. Yeah, I'm running low on water. Now, what's so damned important that you dive all the way down to the bottom of the bleeding tempest to bother me? Ah, the Ondo's lamp. God's cursed me, empty head. Not so much as made as a start. I'm worthless. I'm worth less than a sea slug. Nay, the slime left by the sea slug. Me delivery dates long past. Me workbench is untouched, and I call myself a bleeding artisan. You heard their belief, have ye? Bringing light in the ruins being an act of deep religious and cultural significance. And it was my privilege as a craftsman to be tasked with providing a ritual instrument worthy of the occasion. But I can't bloody well. Oh, me mind's bleeding blank. It's like I pissed away my last drop of inspiration. Perhaps some alcohol. Wait, no. Tell me you got something to show me. Something that'll give me me muse a right good kick up the arse. I don't want the honor coming near the ancients, so their answering light's gotta be ablaze with the right kind of brightness. Like a spark of light caught in a crystal. But just being sparkly's not enough. It's gotta dance with joy and sorrow and a sense of hardship endured. You know what I mean? Your thoughts turn to the warriors of life from the forest and the crystals you discovered at the end of the journeys. Maybe Retold will find them inspiring. About the Hondo down, when I left myself down, might as well go back to mending kettles. Yes. Behold these crystals. What do you got there? Such striking beauty. Shines with heartache and laughter and the transience of life. Like a turmoil of history made manifest. I could see the brilliance of Crystal's legacy. You'd never capture such gleam, not if you labored 100 years. But bugger me if I don't mean to try. Where are me tools, god damn ye? I must set to work before the feeling fades. I can feel it. Vision forming in me mind. Step aside, lad, and let me itching hands get to work. And done. I've taken the wonders of the crystal showed me and channeled them into a new shape that fits the Ondo's spiritual character. Not a bad job if I do say so myself. And to think I was this close to hanging up my hammer after studying the crafts of the ancients. I went across the length and breadth of Norvrandt and gobbled up every scrap of craft and wisdom I could find. No matter what technique I tried, my work just was no comparison. Couldn't even figure out how they put them damn buildings together. A mystery for the ages, that's what drew me here in the first place. But we workshop, got the forges burning, then lost me bleeding will to craft. Thank the gods for that crystal of yours that I might have never gotten it back. I won't pry into your business, but I reckon you a little miracle there. I've been through the kind of journey they sing songs about. Echoes of the memories just to speak directly to your heart. I can still feel it coursing through me. Inspiration's not fading away, it's well up stronger and stronger. Give me the chance and I reckon we could weave the Crystal Saga into other things as well. But bugger me if I'd almost forgotten the Ondo's commission. Maybe you could drag that lamp over to Tolls off for me. I'll stay here and dream of new armaments for you to try. No thanks, I've got my own. I've got all of it. Oh, a dragon underwater. What is it you have there? Your lamp. The sacred lamp. Then the Finless One has kept his promise. My people tell me of many deeds you have performed in the name of aiding the cups. And now you come to me bearing the light we had almost surrendered hopes of ever seeing. We can doubt your purity no longer. Your arrival was the will of the ancients. Yes, the time for fear is past. We shall take the lamp and unveil its austere illumination upon the walls of the forgotten. Gather down with your companions. We shall speak again once our prayers have been offered.
O stewards of the Ondo, we offer up our light in answer.
That crystal you showed the artisan. Was it... Did it belong to one of my friends?
Oh, missed that part, did you?
I tried to give you a measure of privacy. No one wants a spirit looking over their shoulder every moment of the day. So tell me, if you would, how did you come across that crystal?
Well, your friends' bodies were made into Sin Eaters, and I partnered with people to take them down.
Then. Strange that I should learn such things now, after they're long gone. They were fine friends, every one of them. I didn't expect death to teach me so much. About them, about Seto, about you, about the hope that hides at the heart of this world. I've never been one for idle chit-chat, but if by some miracle I could see them all again, I doubt I would ever stop talking. I'm grateful I got to bend your ear at least. And just for that, I reckon I'll stick with you. To the very end.
Apologies, we were a little late to the gathering.
It seems we succeeded in gaining their trust.
The delay wasn't exactly welcome, but at least our many hands made light work. And they seemed especially impressed with your contribution. Our hero indeed.
Y'shtola was telling us those structures may date back to the age of the Scions.
An Ascian homeland. Despite his many protestations, I never quite believed Enet-Selchs was telling the truth.
Nor I. But there is no denying the evidence before our eyes. Clearly this was once a great city. A home they would see restored, no matter how many tens of thousands of years it takes.
It's a hollow dream when you think about it. Even if they manage to rejoin all the worlds, they'll never bring back the ones who were lost. But would I have done any different?
How are you feeling?
You have completed your devotions?
Yes. To the honored ancients have we offered up our prayers and our gratitude. You too have our thanks.
Might we trouble thee then to tell us more of the illuminated land of which thou didst lately speak?
To the west of here lies a great trench. Some days ago, a light appeared in that endless darkness. Curious, we ventured closer and discovered in the depths an entire city. The buildings we spied were akin to our own everlasting abodes. Impossibly so. We understood at once the ancients had risen. There could be no doubt. Taken with terror, we retreated to the cups, and I decreed that none should enter the trench until such time as we received a sign.
Might it still be possible to reach this city of the ancients?
With no water to drown you, a finless one could now travel there. Yes. I am convinced you are the sign for which we have been waiting. My people will show you the way.
Shall we?
The chieftain has bid me guide you to the steps of the illuminated land. Come, the way lies downward. Follow the path of coil and rock and join your comrades below. All are gathered, yes? Then I shall describe the path you must take. Enter the cavern beyond and follow the wall down. And down. And down. Once at the bottom, find the passage to the northwest and continue west. And west. And west. The way is not simple. Keep your friends within shouting distance. Do not stray into the deep. Just before the journey's end, you will find the Caliban Gap and the barrier we placed at its mouth. The obstacle will free should you raise your hands towards it. We have made it so. A most succinct explanation. We thank you for your guidance. Right. Oh, right. Deeper into the depths we go. This is where Reen sees the bird. No, not yet. But wait. Okay, maybe not. I'm probably misremembering something. Our guide bade us travel to the cavern floor and thence to the west. Yet what seem to be these twisting tunnels defy such simple instruction. Rather than rely on direction alone, I suggest we scout with care and relay path ahead to those who come behind. Ah, Naren, you have the choice of two roads from here. We can either take the long way to the south along the rocks, or skip along this coral's branch as Alice has done. I, for one, shall be following my sister's example. I will fly. There you are. Come on, I think I found the tunnel we're looking for. Here, this must be the barrier the Ondo spoke of. Well, that was rather more arduous than expected. I feel a sudden rush of gratitude for the smooth roads our ancestors cut through the wilderness. It was a treacherous path indeed. Now I believe one of us but needs raise a hand to banish the next obstacle. Nir and I elect you to do the honors. Barrier be gone. Gone, just like that. I suppose we should head in. Like as not, this tunnel will just be as perilous as the road we walked to get here. Let's all stay aware of our surroundings, shall we?
By the gods!
When the Ondo spoke of a city, I did not think they meant an actual city.
Who do you think was blind? Oh, you mean Stola? Yeah, no, she actually went blind. And Thancred lost the ability to use magic.
Then we are seeing the same view.
Well, technically everyone can use Dynamis.
The remnants in the Ondo settlement were solid, material structures. But these... everything here pulses with ether. 'Tis an enchantment on a monumental scale.
Well, just barely. Naren, did you note the style of architecture? It is the same used as the remnants of the cups and the murals painted towers. Look closely. Enet-Selchs has not simply reclaimed these ruins. He has laid the semblance of an entire city upon them. Gods, the magnitude of his artifice is staggering. Though it pains me to admit, we do not fully understand the feats of which an old-world Ascian is capable. It's intimidating, yes, but we have to start somewhere. Why don't we have a closer look at the tower to the southeast? We might be able to reach it from the edge of the trench. Look at the size of those doors. Now I know how much the pixies must feel. Naren the Safari is recognized. Welcome to the city of Amarot. Will you be riding the lift? Did the building just welcome you? Mayhap it is not passing strange. Did Enet-Selchs not invite Naren to visit his abode? 'Tis plain thy coming was expected. Where will this lift be taking us? The lift services every level of Akora Heights, but presently is configured to convey passengers directly to the ground floor. Well, there you have it. In the absence of soon few hundred yalms of rope, we have a little choice but to accept the offer. With emphasis on the we, I'm not about to let you walk into that place alone. I'll be nice. I wish to ride the lift. Naren and +6. As you wish, the lift will arrive shortly. Next stop, ground floor. Facilities include the Bureau of Administration, the Bureau of Architect, and the Capitol. It's only at this distance that you start to realize just how big the buildings are. The buildings truly are. What did the voice call the city? Amarot. Look, over there. Is that a person? Ah, no, my mistake. That's a giant. Doesn't seem to have noticed this yet. Giant or no, a resident of this place may have much more to tell us. I say we make the first move. Alpha, no, you can't just... Pray excuse my boldness, but might I ask you a few questions? Oh, what adorable costumes. Are you children on an excursion? This district has much to teach you. How odd, it sounds like no language I've ever heard, and yet understood every word. Just as he understood us. Which district is this exactly? Oh, you must be lost, poor things. Polylerite. You stand in the Polylerite district, wherein lie the institutions most vital to the management of our star. Can you tell us... Can you tell us where to find the Enet-Selchs? Ah, I see. You've come to marvel at the workings of the Convocation of 14. Hardly surprising, I suppose. The world holds its breath as the final days draw near. Our brightest minds race to implement their plans. Thus you must understand that gaining an audience at this time will be next to impossible. You should hurry home now before your families begin to worry. Do you need me to walk you back? No, thank you. We will be fine. Very well. Take care, little ones. Sorry, I had to deal with something. So what was that all about? To my eyes, the people appear as arcane entities. I suspect Enet-Selchs wove them from the ether, much as he reconstructed the rest of the city. The final days. Such words will befit the oblivion described by our Ascian foe. A catastrophe of unprecedented scale, which did set in motion the summoning of Zodiac, and thence Hydaelyn herself. But that happened centuries and centuries ago, didn't it? It spoke as if they were rushing to avert the disaster here and now. Unless, for these people, the distance past is the here and now. I believe thou hast the right of it, Master Alphino. This ethereal Amarot and its residents appear to be phantoms of a different age. Enet-Selchs hath resurrected a memory, a memento from a time from before the star was sundered. So, we find ourselves in a long-destroyed city inhabited by the long-departed. An unusual situation, to be sure, but at least we're able to parley with these ancients. In fact, they seem downright eager to chat, so we use this to our advantage. Split up, strike up some conversations, see if we can learn the location of our quarry. Alrighty, enjoy your walk. And while we're at it, wouldn't hurt to wheedle out a few more details regarding this Convocation of 14 and their impending disaster. To mingling then, let's meet back here when our jaws start aching. Excuse me. Good gracious, child, where is your family? You should not be alone at a time like this. Run along home now, quickly. Have you not heard? Though yet confined to the lands across the sea, a terrible phenomenon afflicts our star. They are calling it the final days. It is said the star suddenly, a cacophonous keening from beneath the earth. The sound distorts all living things within earshot, and wrests from us control of our creation magics. Once that happens, all is lost. Fear, pain, despair, every dread impulse is siphoned from our minds and given substance, an eternal fall of fiery rain, an incessant spawning of nightmarish beasts. None can point to the source of the phenomenon. 'Tis as if the star itself has fallen ill, as if a force inimical to life now festers and spreads. It is only a matter of time until Amarot too resounds to that discordant squall. You should stay with your loved ones, child. Stay with them. Oh. Excuse me. An audience with Enet-Selchs. I'm afraid you have the wrong office, little one. And besides, you'll be far too busy to answer the questions of curious children. Surely you've been told of the looming catastrophe. Every resource available to the Convocation must be spent upon ensuring our world survives. They have yet to make official announcement, but it is said the 14 are moving with a plan of scarce, credible proportions, one which promises to grant will to the very star itself. He will invoke our mightiest spells of creation to birth an entity of all-encompassing magnificence, and then they will rewrite the laws of existence. It is a huge undertaking, and it must be completed ere the corruption spreads this far. Thus I say to you again, do not hold out hope for an audience. Twould seem the hall is a host to a most precocious visitor today. And what, pray tell, shall be the subject of our discussion, young one? You tell me about some stuff. Ah, the complication in their handling of the coming peril. It is only natural you should have questions. Shall we begin with the members themselves? As all know, the 14 are the wisest and most puissant among us. They are the stewards of order, responsible for decisions which keep the star turning season after season. Be it Speaker La Habrea or the emissary Elidibus, each seat is occupied by an elected sage of surpassing intellect. Lawgriff, Metron, Enet-Selchs. Their individual titles have, as a gesture of respect and a matter of tradition, become synonymous with their incumbents. Thus it was with great incredulity that I greet this recent rumor that a seat in the convocation is soon to be left vacant. If proven true, 'twill be an unprecedented development, and testament to the immense pressure under which our saviors are toiling. In any event, I for one am confident they shall deliver our star unto salvation. Bye. Naren, if I was not certain before, then I am now. The people of the city believe they face the end of the world. I cannot imagine what purpose compelled Enet-Selchs to recreate this ancient Omorot, and yet I fancy I hear his words to us echoing throughout the ocean trance. He would have his story known. We can compare notes once the others return. Hopefully then our next move will become clear. And so that's what I heard. So it seemed our conversations very much alike. Looming disaster, creation magics running rampant, as convocation's efforts to bring salvation out of the chaos. I suppose there was talk of little else when the time when these events came to pass. Rayon J, if I may, what are your thoughts on the ancients' art of creation? A fascinating discipline indeed. Aught the mind can conceive may be rendered into reality. All that is required is a clear concept upon which to focus one's will. This is not dissimilar to primal rites taught by the Scions, wherein ritual ceremony breatheth life into figment of myth and legend. I see we arrived at the same conclusion then. The people who lived in this age before the Sundering were blessed with vast reserves of mana. No matter how draining these creation magics must be, it seems they paid the cost with not more than a fraction of ether which coursed through their own bodies. We would attempt the same, such spells would soon deplete our own energies, and then seek to draw the balance from elsewhere, from a hoard of crystals mayhap, or from the very land itself. Thus, when this art of creation was placed into our hands, it became, in effect, a means for destruction. An interesting matter, which no doubt bears further study, but despite all these revelations, well, we are now closely to finding Enet-Selchs. Has anyone learned aught of what might lead us to his location? Not directly, mayhap. From what I've heard, it seems the convocation of 14 is sequestered in a nearby Capitol building. When we went to see her ourselves, the attendant wouldn't let us through without a written permission. So we tried our luck at the Bureau of Administration, where we thought these permissions might be issued, but the clerk said he couldn't help us since our names didn't appear on the registry. And that was where we gave up. I wanted to know, Niran, could you be eligible for one of these writs? The voice in the lift seemed to know who you were. Might be that your name was registered in the bureaus as well. With a look, I'd say. Meanwhile, I'll head back to the capital and search for a less official point of entry, just in case. Pray allow me to accompany thee on thy reconnaissance. An arcane perceptive may prove needful. I think I'd like to speak with more of these agents. Maybe they know something that could cure Niran's condition. Would you mind coming with me? Of course I don't mind, just lead the way. Then Yshol and I will busy ourselves with further exploration. There's surely more intelligence to be had. So we part ways once more. This time, however, let us reconvene in front of the capital. Oh, I'm gonna have to fly higher. That or I missed the entrance. Not gonna talk about how I missed the entrance. A visitor's writ. Yes, I can assist you. Full name, please. Norvrandt Lucifers. Please wait near the counter while I confirm your details. Norvrandt Lucifers, your application is ready for collection. Oh, thank you. As your residency was approved by Enet-Selchs himself, further forms of identification will not be required. Here are your application documents. Submit them in the Bureau's Secretariat, and the clerk will issue you with a visitor's writ for the capital. That's not a door. Next, please. Here. Visiting the capital, are we? Please take a seat. Your name will be called once your application has been processed. Hello. Yeah. Come on, not now. May I? Sorry, it's having a light attack. You, I think, are from a time beyond ours. Have you followed in the wake of Enet-Selchs? Nay, there is no cause for alarm. I am simply Shade, here and not here. I know only that my name is Hitlodeus, and that this city is a recreation, a phantom moment plucked from the well of history. The others seem unaware of their pale existence, but I wonder if Enet-Selchs' mind was distracted when it came to my reconstitution. A stray thought that would have been enough. Hitlodeus will realize the truth, for example. We were close friends once, you see. Yet in spite of my perception, I played the same role as all the rest. A bit part meant to bring color and noise to this well-crafted stage. Too much scrutiny and we shall burst like fragile bubbles we are. Thus I tell you again, my presence is not to concern you. I wish only to share your company whilst we wait. If you've come this far, then you know of the catastrophe which awaits us on the morrow. The final days. What began as an isolated incident soon swelled into a world-spanning threat. The convocation of 14, well, it was 13 at the time, endeavored to create a will for our star. They would repair the fundamental laws of order and halt the spread of destruction. But creation on this scale required an immense source of power. For those of us who still lived, nearly half offered up their lives in the name of salvation. And from their sacrifice, Zodiac was born. Just as we had hoped, he reached forth and halted the march of oblivion. Yet, oh how the star had suffered. So many species lost, the land was blighted, the waters poisoned, even the wind ceased to blow. Once more did our people give themselves to Zodiac, another half of our race sacrificed to cleanse the world, to ensure that trees and grasses and myriad of tiny lives would sprout, and grow, and flourish. The cycle of life had begun anew, and we reconsidered the means by which we might protect it. The convocation decided thus: we would nurture our world until it was bursting with vitality. Then, when the time was right, we would offer some portion of its living energy to Zodiac. In return, he would restore to us the brethren whose souls had fed his strength, and together we would resume our role as stewards. There were, however, those who disagreed with this plan. They argued that enough had been sacrificed to Zodiac. This new world should belong to the lives newly born. These dissidents surrendered their life energies in the creation of Hydaelyn, an incarnation of their opposing belief. And for the first time in our history, our people stood divided. You know, then, how this conflict ended? I do. I thought you might. Enet-Selchs has ever been a champion for the will of Zodiac. original plan may have been set back by millennia, but he will have not abandoned his course. He will pay the price for our return by whatever means necessary. And though he may carry himself with certain glib ease, Enet-Selchs is not a man to bear his burdens lightly. In fact, I imagine they may have grown heavier with each passing century. It is truly a terrible weight he has chosen to carry. The Ren Lucifarius. Oh, it seems your turn has come. Pray, do not let me keep you. Hey, yo. Ah, there was one last thing. You walk with another at your side, yes? Wait, what? Nay, I see no definite form, just the faintest suggestion of a second soul. I doubt it visible to anyone but me. Otherwise, I assume only you can see and hear this ethereal companion. Your connection is hardly a coincidence. In our time, the two of you were one. The color of your soul tells the tale. A hue that distinctive cannot be mistaken, no matter how thin the soul is spread. Ha! This is just the kind of fate I expect for one such as he. Surely Enet-Selchs has recognized a hint of him in you. Ren Lucifarius. Bueller. Bueller. Fare you well, my new old friend. May you find what it is you seek. He's gone. Your visitor's writ as requested. When you wish to gain admittance to the capital, simply present the document to the attendant within. Thank you. Would you like a juice box? Yes. Finally, you've gone so long, I was on the verge of mounting a rescue party. I fed you in your bureaucratic benches. I got a visitor's writ. I see my instincts were correct. A good thing too, Urion J weighed our chances of breaking into the capital, and an official entrance is by far the more attractive option. The capital boasts not a single armed sentry, seeing that in their time they did not deem to need postful guards. Windows and doors, however, appear heavily warded, Though mightily did we strive with strength mundane and magical, we failed to budge them even a fraction of one elm. Mayhap 'twas simply the case of Enet-Selchs' recreation did not extend to their usual function. We didn't try everything, of course, but we thought it best to conserve our time and energy for more pressing matters. Speaking of which, Reen and I tried asking about a cure for you. Problem is, the ancients didn't exist beyond the emeralds today. They will happily tell you their own tales, but whenever we attempted to explain our situation, the conversation quickly became muddled. What of you, Naren? Was out of any worthy interest during your efforts to obtain the writ? But there was one that was quite different from all the others. A great sacrifice for the life exchange of their brethren's resurrection. I say all the Ascians are scheming leading to this. All this time. But they still mean to enact this plan, that things won't end with the rejoining. I thought we knew their intentions in full, restore the world to its former glory, and in turn empower Zodiac to reclaim his throne as the will of the star. And as that was merely a step along the way, I hesitate to put it into words, but we have to assume that following the final rejoining, the Ascians mean to draw on the lives of the Source to make the sacrifice to Zodiac. Does this seem like the most likely scenario? We have those who ally with the Ascians would be spared their fate. But what value is there in surviving when all our history, all our struggles will be erased? I cannot conscience that act. Of course not. It's not to say not of what Enet-Selchs plans for the Exarch's power. Do we stand by and let him threaten our future as well as our past? We need to find him, Naren, and when we do, make your mark. Change the course of history in a way that's felt by those who came before and those who came after, and by everyone you've ever met. Change things so even my other self, dying somewhere in that future calamity, will smile and say, I knew you'd win. Is finding Enet-Selchs the only way? He created an entire city. It will take everything we have to defeat him if we even can. If you push that hard in your current state, the light will break free. The decision to press on lies with you, just as it lies with each and every one of us. Do you remember that talk we had atop the tower in Mortsuk? Still the same mind now as I was then. I don't abandon you, don't abandon me, and together we make a difference in this fight. There's always hope if we look for it. I saw it again and again as you tore through those veils of light from the sky. If we keep taking the next step forward, there's a chance we'll find a way to save you. So no matter how long it takes, or how much it hurts, you can count on me to keep on walking. If all three spoke of disaster we would bring upon our own heads, the ceaseless conflict. Imagine how he would sneer to see what's become of the first, not to mention your perilous predicament. Yet who can deny the fire of your deeds have ignited in the people's hearts? You've achieved what my logic and ideals never could, uniting disparate peoples under the banner of hope and common purpose. Without you, the giant Talos would never have raised its head. I've borne witness to many such miracles at your side, and I would do so again. This is but another obstacle on the road. So come, let us travel it. Drag me through wonder and danger as you want to do. I shall endeavor not to slow you down. As well thou knowest, if we are to usher Enet-Selchs unto his rest, we must needs bind his Ascian soul and then shatter it with overwhelming force. The former task requires oversight, and I have such prepared. Upon the Exarchs asking no less, though it was ever my intent to provide said boon. Future, whence our noble friend doth hail, in a world fallen to Ascian artifice, and he would not see such a grim history repeated. In a sense, Enet-Selchs' destruction will be the culmination of the Exarch's efforts, and reward for all he hath endured for these many years. And even now, as thou stridest into the jaws of peril, forget not but that his fondest wish, and that many others besides, is to see thee survive until the morrow. 'Tis in pursuit of happiness, of outcomes, that I do pledge to remain at thy side. Our time in the First is a never-ending succession of trials, as arduous as our path in the Source ever was. Yet through all our journeys together, though that deep and foreboding wood, you have helped me stay true to my convictions. Thus I would return the favor, do as your heart decrees, without hesitation or regret, and that is all I will say on the matter. Well, this has put everyone in a solemn mood, hasn't it? Honestly, we're not even sure there will be an end of it. But I suppose we'd speak our minds when we have the opportunity. You taught me that much in Armor Ring. So forgive me this moment of sentiment, Niran. By dragging me into this story mess, you've given me a chance to think and act as I should have. For Reen's sake. Words cannot express how much this has changed my life, or how grateful I am for your support. So I shall express my gratitude through action instead. No matter where we decide to go, I will be there. Guarding your back. When Minfilia entrusted me with her power, she warned me that no matter how strong you become, you can still fall victim to despair, still feel powerless. And she was right. After you collapsed on Mount Gulg, my hands wouldn't stop shaking. If I made a mistake, if I failed to bind the light within you, I was terrified you would die. Even now, you could be moments from turning and I wouldn't know how to save you. You, Thanker, and the others, you've all been there when I needed help. Minfilia surrendered her life to me, her legacy. I should be ready to do the same for you. I want to, but I'm not good enough. You told me to follow your example, and I've tried. I've really, really tried. Then you shouldn't hang your head, Reen. I shouldn't? Fate can be cruel, but a smile better suits a hero. I'm not sure Actually, never mind. I think I'll understand better if I try for myself. No, nothing will come of come brooding here self-pity. I've made my decision, Niran. I'm going with you. Alright. Even though I've done this before, it's still heavy. This moment. Welcome to the capital. All visitors must present an official writ of permission before attendance will be granted. Admittance. Your documents appear to be in order. You may proceed into the capital, but any guests you may choose to bring with you must remain in your vicinity at all times. Bye.
This really is unacceptable. I gave you very specific instructions.
Enet-Selchs.
My invitation was for an abomination, ripe with the power to bring about the world's annihilation. Not this half-broken thing. Whatever am I to do with you? And I see you insist on keeping the same familiar company. Are you so lost without them?
It is not he who is lost without the familiar. Not content with remaking an entire city, you aim to fill it with the reconstituted souls of the dead.
I may have gotten a little carried away in my attention to detail, added a few unnecessary flourishes. Well, there's no point trying to hide it. Yes. Once the rejoining of worlds is complete, Zodiac will regain his full strength and shatter his prison. Then we shall offer up the Source's remaining inhabitants in sacrifice, that we might resurrect our brethren who died to bring Zodiac into existence. But what was it that you came here to do exactly?
He came for the Exarch.
Well, you can't have him. The wisdom that man guards may open up new worlds of possibilities. He has unlocked the secrets of travel across the rift, and through time as well, it would seem. Quite an accomplishment for one of his incomplete nature. I must explore the limits of his capabilities and harness that power for the Ardor. Even now, after everything, you refuse to see reason. You think it unfair that you are subject to suffering? That your lives will be sacrificed for the Ancients? Look at me! I have lived 1,000 of your lives. I have broken bread with you, fought with you, grown ill, grown old, sired children, and yes, welcomed death's sweet embrace. For eons have I measured your worth and found you wanting. Too weak and feeble-minded to serve as stewards of any star. Have your recent spats with Vorthri and his Sin Eaters taught you nothing? Have you not learned that your ignorance and frailty beget only endless misery? How long do you mean to perpetuate this farce? How much more must I endure your bumbling interference? Let us imagine that the laws of reality are again undone and the world faces true annihilation. Do you honestly believe that half your number would sacrifice themselves to save the other? Of course they wouldn't! And if you had witnessed history unfold as I have, you would reach the same conclusion. You cannot be entrusted with our legacy. I will bring back our brethren, our friends, our loved ones. The world belongs to us, and us alone.
Enet-Selchs! We understand, truly, but it makes no difference. The ones you love are in the past, while ours are here in the present. One day, we too will be ashes and dust. But not today. Our time is not yet finished. We share your conviction, and that is why we will not abandon our course.
You think us the same? You think your tattered soul of equal worth to those I lost? Then come. Earn your place. Prove yourselves worthy to inherit this star. Behold the coming oblivion. 'Twas the end of our era and the beginning of our great work. A fitting backdrop for your final judgment. I shall wait within, but do not spend too much time on your preparations. There's no telling how much longer the guest of honor will last.
Whew, alrighty. Let's see if I can get people. Oh, nice. Oh, great.
Welcome to the final days of Amaranth. The fabric of our star began to fray, and the unchecked energies of creation begat malformed beasts. Just as prayer gives rise to primals, our dread made manifest our deepest fears.
To scour away all life, call down cataclysmic deluge. What are you gonna do? Run, little Kappa, run. God dang it. I'm bringing him back. Damn it, it's gone. He's run out of buildings to collapse. Yet even in its defeat, it did not halt the march of oblivion.
The land buckled. The cities burned. The waters ran red with blood.
Oh shit, I thought I had all these guys aggroed.
Yet this was far from the worst of it. Come, and I will show you. Just a little further. And you will see the end of a world.
The star was fading. We saw we had to weave its laws anew. But between us and our goal loomed a final misbegotten fiend.
Chthonic Riddle, Therion. Oh, the Black Mage fell off. Fuck this. That'd be a good time to pop the limit break. Even better time now. Okay, guess not. Defeated it is the monster. Oh, well, no comp for you. Not for despair, nor fate itself. Alphino? Alphino? Tancred? Green? Where is Enet-Selchs? This is it, the first and final end. Break! Oh, he still did say something. The unwinding of life itself. And our first hint that what it was live beyond the stars. Oh, just look at that. That's a screenshot if there ever was one.
Well, well, you prevailed.
Nevertheless...
Your performance was underwhelming, and I remain unconvinced of your worthiness. Oh, you tower of your misbegotten ilk, no doubt. But should I bring my full strength to bear, well, you would be as leaves in the wind. The gulf between us is a reflection of the disparity between the world as it was and what it has become.
Our worlds may not live up to your lofty standards, but they are our worlds, our homes, full of life and love and hope. And we won't stand by and let you destroy them!
Alize!
You are a mistake. For we who have known perfection The shattered source and these shards are ghastly mockeries of the true world. The ephemeral lives you exalt are pale imitations, utterly devoid of meaning.
Belittle us all you like, but we will rise again and again, and give the lie to your insults through word and deed. We define our worth, not the circumstances of our creation.
More prat.
That does it.
Fool. Who are you? No one. Nothing. Once I have reclaimed my heritage, my first act will be to expunge your stain from history's weave. My world will have no need for heroes.
Why don't you come and say that to my face?
Still fighting the good fight.
It is true that all we hold dear is fated to fade away, but that is no reason for us to forsake it.
To take what steps we may, and thus mark the road for those who would follow. To strive for the best of all futures. Be this not also thy purpose?
Do not presume to speak of my future. And you? Why waste your final moments in futile defiance? Weary wanderer, you've no fight left to fight, no life left to live. You see, the light will not be denied. Surrender to your fate, and let the transformation take you.
Rise up in madness and fury. Devour the vermin infesting the land which is rightfully ours. Now, Reed! Now!
Rain.
Fight it. You have to hold on.
Oh man, am I dead?
If you had the strength to take another step, could you do it? Could you save our worlds?
What, all by myself?
Take it. We fight as one. This world is not
yours to end.
This is our future. Our
story.
No, it can't be.
That trick of the light. You are a broken husk, nothing more. How can you hope to stand against me alone?
We stand together!
How... I'm surprised you can stand at all.
I could not well leave matters half-finished. Let expanse contract, Eon become instant. Champions from beyond the rift, heed my call!
Damn you! Damn you all!
I challenge you, Enet-Selchs.
Very well. Let us proceed to your final judgment. The victor shall write the tale, and the vanquished become its villain. But come, let us cast aside titles and pretense, and reveal our true faces to one another.
I am Hades, he who shall awaken our brethren from their dark slumber.
Alright, let's see if I can scrounge people up for this. Wow, this brings back memories. I just kind of wish this wasn't here. This just ruins the whole circle thing. Like this is your exit. They could have put it like, I don't know, over here or something. Come on, one more tank. One more healer, 2 more DPS. Getting kinda hungry. And I'm right at the end. Jump, 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 jump. Come on, I can taste that Q pop. Oh, come on. You better pop at that 5-minute timer, I swear. You know, I kind of wonder where, you know, Enet-Selchs stored Grahatia. I just like to think he threw him in the back rooms and he just found his way out. I threw you in the back rooms. How did you escape? I stumbled and clipped through the wall. Alright, it's been 5 minutes. Come on. I'd rather not do this fight unsynced. It's too cool for that. I don't have my... No, I have them all selected. I once wondered why my queues were taking forever, but that's because I had it synced up to Japanese language instead of all the languages. Because it was doing a PvP event. So it just makes it easier to queue up with people for PvP. For the event. Oh, there we go. Come on. There we go. Yes! I really hope someone's not in a dumb outfit. Hades.
Show me your vaunted strength, and I shall expose the lie of your fragmented existence.
Let's go! You are destined for naught else but oblivion.
By darkness be purged! raised. Flee forward. You are unworthy. Your king is mine to command.
Ow.
Flee forward. Scurry and scatter.
Oh, healer dead.
My darkness be purged.
Oh.
I am stifled by this vessel of flesh. The future of the stars shall be shaped by my hands. I shall be raised up by the prayers of my fallen brethren. Behold, a sorcerer of El tremble before my glory.
Oh, that's right. Double tank buster.
Pests! I am bound by cosmic law! Pests!
Oh, time for the button mash.
My dormant breath, dream now while I depart tomorrow. By our gathered might, must reclaim these fading reflections. In Zodiac's name, I beseech you!
Oh, unleash the light.
Was the Warden's light one free? No. Damn you! Damn your wretched blessing!
Yeah, defeated it is the Hades.
You have no power over me.
Where's the music? There it is. Bam, you get it. Should I surrender this fight, what will become of it all? What will become of our tremendous our despair?
Enough, damn you!
Thancred. Huh? But when'd you guys get here?
Such infernal strength!
Now! Strike with all thy might!
You wanted the light, Hades. And fine, have it. Have every last ounce of it.
Remember. Remember us. Remember that we once lived.
I will. Rest now, Hades.
It's over. Enet-Selchs is no more.
More importantly, how do you fare?
You stole her? CAT scan?
What dost thou see?
His ether. It is as it used to be. As a disciple of Zodiark, the Ascian was the darkness to your light. I can but assume that when you set your strength against his, the light within you was spent.
No, it's more than that. Under the strain of that incredible flood of ether, your soul had begun to break apart. Yet now it seems somehow restored. I tried to help you before the battle, but Enet-Selchs stopped me. So, how did you... exactly what did you... Can you tell us what happened?
I had help from a hero of this world.
I see.
Where to start? I believe I owe you all an apology. And you, most especially.
It's good to see you awake, Gratia.
Well, 'tis good to be awake.
Man, I'm gonna start crying.
So, those mad souls dove straight into the ocean over there, did they?
All I could see from here was the whale, Master Chai.
'Twas surely Alphino and those friends of his. They did something heroic, mark my words. You need only look up there for proof of that.
As you say, my love. They're sure to be back, any moment now. Any moment.
They are coming back, aren't they? I couldn't bear the thought of...
They're there, dear. Everything will be all right.
There, look! Over there, over at the beach!
Ugh, seawater. No one else drowned on the way up, right?
Greetings! You alright?
Welcome back!
I didn't think we'd be swimming the whole way back. Heavens. Take me.
Alphino! Oh, hells.
Wait! Where's Urianger?
He must have fallen behind.
But shouldn't we look for him?
He'll wash up, sooner or later.
For the love of... Alphino!
Let me die, Alize.
Welcome back, dear ones!
And thus did salvation come to the first. The lamps of Amarot will fade along with Enet-Selchs enchantments, and the depths shall be as once they were. Mount Gulg will one day fall, and the Talos below yield to wind and rain. This tale, too, will fade with time, passing into legend as the world heals and moves on.
Oh, there he is.
Nevertheless,
Come on, man, they're waiting for us.
As ether obeys the cycle, as death and decay gives way to new life, so too do the memories we share inspire others to rise to greatness. For we who walk before may lead those who walk after. Your road goes ever on, as does your story, as does your legacy. Such is the hero's lot, to touch the lives of countless others.
Excuse me? You're the Warrior of Darkness, aren't you? Where are you from, really? And how did you get to be so strong?
That's a secret. Yep, skipping. I'm starving.
By your deeds has the blinding light been banished from these skies, and the Sin Eaters driven to retreat. Although our many hurts will be years in the mending, I have faith that this world and her people will one day be whole once more. With no rejoining in prospect, the Source need no longer fear the coming of an 8th umbral calamity.
And with that triumph, the future from which you came will no longer come to pass. Yet here you still stand.
So I do. I wonder if that other age continues onward somehow, cut adrift from time's flow. Or have I simply etched myself a place upon this new block of history?
Best not to think about it.
Either way, this is an unexpected development. As the summoner of your souls, my death was meant to release you back to your world. Yet I am very much alive, and you are still stuck here in the First.
I believe I speak for us all when I say that we are happy to postpone our return if it means your life is spared. We will seek out another way.
Besides, I never had any intention of rushing home. There are people here I still need to thank, and this means I might actually have time to do so.
Yet we dare not neglect our comrades in the Source. Mistress Tataru, to name but one, will be most anxious to know how things stand with us.
So, you'll just have to make the journey alone for the moment. Be sure and give a full report to our fellow Scions, would you? Oh, and we'd also appreciate any news you can bring us from back home.
Then I see no reason to delay. I can open the path from here.
I imagine we each have matters demanding our attention, so let this be a farewell for us all. Send word when you've resummoned our friend. Oh, and do try to ensure he arrives within the city next time.
Of course. I shall strive for utmost accuracy. No strange forests or unplanned passengers, I promise.
I'm a little relieved, to be honest. I would have been terribly lonely if everyone had suddenly disappeared. But I understand that you have to go. Safe journey, warrior of darkness. I hope to see you again soon.
Sooner than you think.
Just a moment while I attune the portal. Then you can be on your way. When I was a boy, many long years ago, I yearned to stand tall as the heroes of Eld. But like a fool seeking to pluck the stars from the heavens, my every attempt to reprise their deeds fell short. And then one day, an all but forgotten dream from my youth stood before me in the flesh. A hero who looked at the horizon and beyond and saw I knew not what. All I knew was that I would give anything to stand at that hero's side. Would that it was so easy. The glory of the heavens was ever beyond the grasp of those who never thought to reach for it. But if I have gained anything from all of this, it is the courage to stretch out my hand. Do you hear me, Grahatia? This is no time for sleeping.
Meanwhile, somewhere in the Imperial Palace in the Source, thousands of miles away,
To the west gate. I want to know what's happening there.
Same as the others. Struck down with a single blow. An unfortunate day to draw guard duty.
Yeah, Tataru controls everything.
Forgive me. These were your people.
We took advantage of this slaughter to slip into the palace. 'Tis not for me to grieve them.
Sick burn though it was.
That was the Emperor. Wait! Ugh! Your Radiance!
Gaius, you've missed your part in this, I'm afraid.
Identify yourself, demon!
You were hoping for the Ascian? The Craven shed this skin and fled, rather than face me. A pity. I was looking forward to crossing blades with myself. But I cannot deny the feeling of satisfaction. Body and soul reunited at last.
What now? The game continues, but the pieces have changed.
Only if we trust in a paragon's words. A mistake I do not intend to repeat. Gaius!
He speaks the truth.
Xenos grew on me.
Elidibus is gone. Tore a hole into the rift. Xenos, my foolish, greedy son. Was a second life not enough? Was the Empire too rich a prize to ignore? True freedom for our nation, our people, will never be won by a spoiled princeling. The burden of this throne is beyond you.
'Tis you, father, who have struggled with this burden. Simply holding the Empire together has occupied your limited faculties. But you may take comfort in knowing that I have no intention of pursuing your tedious agenda. Nor am I interested in ruling over the Empire's lands. I came only to remove that which ruins my sport. I will not have my prey stolen by your petty wars and cowardly weapons.
You would kill me just for that.
I need no other reason. Any and all who interfere with my hunt will not do so twice!
Yeah, he doesn't need a reason to be evil. He just is.
I heard the Ascians speak of Zodiac, an Eidolon. Even the will of this star is but a construct of our own making. We shall gorge upon their strength, and then, my friend, our contest shall begin anew.
Xenos!
And that is the coolest fight we never got to see. Uh, uh, oh, hey, I'm back here. See, that's why Xenos grew on me. It's like, before it was like, I'm so bored with life. Oh, I kicked your ass, but you managed to do something no one else has done. Alright, now I'm interested. To the point where, now I want to kick your ass and no one's gonna get in my way. I'm gonna burn the whole fucking world down just to piss you off. 'Cause you're my bestie. Oh, he felt it and then killed himself. And then he's like, whoa, I'm still alive? Alright, round 2. Alright, there we go. Yeah, no, Batman and Joker, yeah, not Batman and Robin. Without Batman, crime has no punchline. Hi, Tataru. Naren, is it really you? The one and only. But how? When? We need to give you back for ages. Time's weird. Right, so it does. The reports you had delivered by the excitable little pixie said as much. As for the situation on this side, the Imperials are still eyeing our forces from afar. From what I told, the Garlean armies have been slow to react and seem reluctant to commit any large-scale engagements. It's an odd sort of stalemate. Otherwise, we've yet to see any sight of the awful Black Rose weapon we were warned about. Oh, but I suppose you did call on an old friend to help us on that, help on that count. Oh. Carl and I had a terrible time tracking him down, though it will be worth it to see the look on your face when you find out who it is. Oh man, could it be a Stanian? The Azure Dragoon? Anyway, I was just about to make contact with the helper of ours, and when confirmed the latest news are from the front. Might you fancy having a rest while I do? Ah, the Warrior of Light, back where he belongs, just as if nothing had happened. Though you do seem different somehow. You'll have to tell me about your adventures when we next have a spare moment. Until then, welcome back. It's good to be back, Tataru. Oh, for God's sake, Enet-Selchs, pick up your phone. The caller you were trying to reach is dead. Oblivion hath claimed him. Why did I say hath? It was have. Enet-Selchs gone. La Habrea gone. I alone remain, last of the unbroken. Once more I am moved to reevaluate the potential of these tattered souls. Ah, Xenos, never did I dream you could overpower me so completely, possessed as I was of your body, and all its uncanny strength. And now I have shared with you the truth of this world and its reflections. Who can predict how events will unfold? Oh, wait, no, that's not his voice. Not I. Emissary, what a poor jest has the title become. The flow of history has become muddled, its currents wild beyond my capacity to direct them. You have wrested the advantage, Hydaelyn. The thieving hands of your disciples tighten their grip on our star. The origins of the world remain hidden, and its inhabitants ignorant of their broken existence, just as you and your creators desired. They celebrate the gift of imperfect life, uncaring, unknowing as we weaken and fade. But do not imagine yourself rid of us. Though your champion has indeed proven to be most egregious obstacle to our ascendance, a barbed thorn in my side, he may yet be removed and cast into the abyss. Oh yes, it can be done, and it will keep these heroes mired in the first, and victory will be ours at last. Warrior of darkness now, are they? Then their fate has been decided. They shall meet the same end as those who came before. Death at the hands of warriors of light. Alrighty, have a good night. Enjoy your din-din. Seems you were right. Yes, there is something out there. But it would mean crossing Malms, and Malms is infernal emptiness, which is rather unhealthy for living creatures as I understand it. Even if we were to restrict ourselves to brief forays, I do not like to imagine the effect it would have on Aether. But you still want to go, don't you? We may have saved the world, but we haven't reclaimed it. Ah, when you put it that way. What choice do we have? Well, of course I'm going with you. That's what family's for, isn't it? Come, let's head back and prepare for this mad journey of yours. Thank you, Thancred. Do blazing skies give way to gentle night? What hand can end the war of dark and light? You now unlock trust parties. What? You've already unlocked it? Well, here's it again. Oh, alright. That's the end of that. Where is it? Next, Eden. Alright, but that's gonna be it for the stream. I'm hungry and it's lunchtime. So, good night, everybody.